you've been cured. Unfortunately, I've had a bit of bad news. I've been recalled to the Imperial City. Will be promoted to operative and will head the blades here in Vardenfell until I return. I've only waited here to give you your final orders before I go. Right. Його визвали в імперське місто. А мене підвищили. Окей. Continue pursuing the Nervarian prophecies as the Emperor commands. First go to the Hall of Wisdom and Justice and get Mehramilo to help you find the lost prophecies. She's being watched. If something has gone wrong, find her private quarters. She'll leave you a message there under the code word Amaya. Під кодовим назвою Amaya. Then take the lost prophecies to Nibaya Mesa. From that point, you'll have to follow her directions and follow the prophecies. Good luck. That makes you the ranking Blades agent here in Vardenfell district. As far as I know, there may be other Blades agents here I don't know about. It wouldn't surprise me. I might be gone a while and you'll have expenses. Here's some gold. 750 голди. Блін, який він щедрий все-таки. Яка імперія щедра. Роздає бабки направо-наліво. And you can use the house until I return. And I won't be needing these blacks or the ring while I am in Cyrodiil. Maybe they'll come in handy. Take good care of them. Head to Blades. There's nothing to it. Each agent has his own assignment and reports directly to Cyrodiil. You're promoted to operative mostly to preserve your independence. You're no fool. The days of the Empire are almost over. When the Empire... Дні імперії майже закінчились? When the Emperor dies, 9 hulls are going to break laws. Forget about the Imperial City. Think locally. Worry about the 6th house in Dagatur and squabbles between the great houses and the colonists. The rest of the political nonsense doesn't amount to a plate of scuttle. Таке панічне настроєння в нього. Каюс. Видав мені якийсь internal politics, some concern about my sugar. Що? I thought about refusing the recall, but they have members of my family back in the capital. I'm afraid it may have something to do with the problems with the succession. As the Emperor's health declines, factions are maneuvering for advantage. I may be gone a while, that's why you're promoted. Some concern about my sugar. Дядьку. Тепер ім'я така... А, навіть цукор лежить. Коротше, є вероятність, що все, що він нам наговорив, це бредні наркомана. Ні, я думав, що я ізбраний. Ладно. Мордхол. Ну, спочатку тут повикладати добро, потім Мордхол. Тут у мене всяке не потрібне, насправді, не дуже потрібне. З другої сторони, я можу це все забрати з собою. Ні, за 120 тисяч дайкатану, звісно, я там теж не продам. Це мені треба буде скупити всі можливі солгема, щоб продати таку катану. Цю можна продати. Блін, це 80 тисяч коштує. Це ж таки як має, да? Ні, 10. Стоп, а що це зроблено? 10.35. 10.35, а мій... А мій 3.30. Ну, це явно такий самий, як у мене. Текстурки ж по вигляду. Ну ладно, не явно такий самий. Чуть-чуть інший. Ну, він сильніший. Аби... Самон Дреморес, Самон Скамп. Ну, якби я не особо хочу визивати Дремору Скампа, вони мені в більшості випадків нафіг не нужны. Так що я все-таки залишу оце, то що тут хілочка просто включена. Окей. Я поки що не буду юзати оцей от амулетик, хай він тут полежить. Чи заюзати? Ну-ка. Would you like to travel to Magas Valar? You have defeated the Lord Dragas Valar. The Daedric amulet that brought you to this place disappears from your inventory but is replaced by Valar's own weapon. You now wield де я вообще? Тавер Тельфір. Ага. Який ти там в нього two-handed. Але не буде тим заморачуватись поки що. Хай лежить тут от. Може дочекається свого часу, може ні. Що іще? Fortify. Одежка. Одежка цього чувака. Кая. Хамелеон штани. І рубашка. І Fortify Ring. Fortify Luck і Security. Ну, теж можна положити сюди. Ну, в принципі, вроді би плюс-мінус все. Оці всі книжки, я, здається, ще не читав. Те, що в мене тут от лежать. Так що повикладаю їх. Less Root Zone. Green Plant Book. Це. Не пам'ятаю, де їх позичив. Оце, здається, читав. Да? Де це читав? Окей. 340 кг. Щось в мене ще важке є, але я щось не дуже розумію, що саме. Ну, де ладно. Fortify Conjuration, Mysticism, Restoration, Enchant. Не потрібно, в принципі. Це можна залишити. Навірно, на здачу треба з собою забрати щось. Там в мене буде куплено скількись-то каменів. А вони, здається, не такі вже дорогі, як мені кажеться, так що. Коротше, Морнхолд. Місто світла.
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance.
I'd be happy to talk. My pleasure, really.
А тут ці все ніяк не можуть заспокоїтися.
Praise Vivek.
Да,
I
конечно.
think you're a thief because you've stolen my heart.
Яка вона забавна. Я ще хотів апнути левел. Мені би підняти, я так розумію, да, агіліті треба, так що марксман піднімати це якраз варіант. А тут уже 5 плюс 5. Ну, в принципі, нормально. Це не головні навики, значить не підходять. Давай продамо тобі. То це, допустим. Готово ти на таку зділку піти. Без питань, каже. Окей. І хто мені зараз плюс 5 левелов видасть? Heavy Armor. Можна Heavy Armor
How may I
пробувати?
help you, citizen?
Смішний.
May you find me worthy of your attention.
І не пам'ятаю. Файтер стрейнінг? Сюди?
You will pay.
А, блін. А, чуваки, ну зря ви так. Я сюди прийшов покачати цю броньку, а ви на мене нападати. Це не серйозно
Oh,
взагалі.
greetings. How do you do? May we talk?
А, непогано, да. Ти теж їх завжди не читаєш, да? Нормально. Оу. А, все, да. Десяточка є, агіліті. Стоп, а персональці в мене скільки є? А, все правильно. Да, тільки агіліті осталось. Ладно. А, знов забитий інвентар. Все через оцих от маньяків. Ще питання, де мені подрімати, але в принципі, не, я знаю, де мені подрімати. Імперський культ, я думаю, дозволить мені провести нічку на їхньому ліжку.
What did I do to deserve this honor?
Абсолютно нічого ти не зробив, щоб отримати таку честь. Agility і luck. Ну що, зараз перевіримо, чи нас там будуть зустрічати з радісно в Марнхолді ординатори. Стоп, а де панянка? Панянка десь сюди пішла, да?
What say you?
Да. Погнали. Так. Ви ж на мене...
Justice never sleeps.
Добре, що Justice never sleep.
Knight of the Imperial Dragon. Mono. How may I say it?
Пам-пам-пам. Куда мені? Гранд Базар. Мені не в Гранд Базар. Я через Гранд Базар йшов, значить я по ідеї можу сюди прийти. Godsrich. І тут. Craftsman's.
This
Hey?
is fortunate. How do you do, Dunmer?
Да, ти. Тримай 10 голди, а то ти щось незадоволений чимось. Тебе 6 тисяч. І давай-ка зробимо бізнес. Окей, все. В принципі, звідси можна просто на помітку полетіти.
How wonderful.
Ау.
Welcome, Outlander.
Блін. Ну ладно.
I am honored. Truly. How may I help you?
А ти мені нічого не скажеш, бо що я не вдягнутий по формі, ні? Не сказав нічого. Щось мені казали, що всі будуть агритись.
Where would you like to go?
Що я не по формі вдягнутий. Мені треба вівек, правильно ж? Cassius gave me some gold. Ну, коротше, вівек треба з мехрою. Пообщати солдат. Спочатку все ще треба скинути барахло. Опять.
We make a special trip just for you. Same
Так я роблю, щоб барахло заношу в хату. У мене 20 каменів. Це, в принципі, має вистачити плюс-мінус на деякий час. Ну, я думаю, що я десь в якихось ящиках, може ще штук 5-10 надибую, поки до кінця сюжетки дойду. Так що мало би вистачити. Ну, а чи вистачить по факту? Побачу. Пам-пам-пам. 360 кг. Блін. Важкі камені, виходить. Може щось з них зробити. Що б то з них можна зробити було б? Ну окей, таке не получиться. Пам-пам-пам. Ходіння по воді. Скільки воно? 15, да? Тут 60. Тут 4 взагалі. Ну, нічого з такого. Знаю. Нічого не можу придумати, щоб можна було зачарувати. Таке зачарування, точніше, повісти.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price.
Упс, не туди поїхав.
Where would you like to go? Where would you like to go?
В сенсі він знов що впав чи що? Куди ти падаєш? Ти маньяк. Я ж його відновлював вже один раз. І це досить недавно було. Так мені взагалі-то в храм просто-напросто. Пам-пам-пам-пам-пам. Мехра.
You have sealed your fate.
Стоп, вона в лайбрері чи не в рабері? Да, вона тут була. Мені ніхто не скаже по поводу Мехри, що там з нею сталося. Ти не розкажеш? Та скільки в тебе тут топіків? Ти що? Самий важний чувак тут, а Мехра міла. She works here in the library. If she's not here right now, you might find her in her private quarters. Her door is across from the canton office here in the Hall of Wisdom.
May you find me.
Milo's quarters. Це ж це. Так, і що в нас тут таке? Not to Amaya. Amaya. Amaya, sorry, I missed you. I had to run some old documents over to the Inquisitor at the Ministry of Truth, and I'm likely to be tied up there for a while. Why don't you meet me there as soon as you can? Then we can leave together as soon as I'm done. And Amaya, don't forget to bring me the 2 divine intervention scrolls you borrowed. Or if you use them, buy a couple of new ones for me. I think I'm going to need them soon. Janant Maulinia at the Mages Guild in the Foreign Quarter keeps them in stock. Alvela Saram is a guard at the entrance. Just tell her you're looking for me and she'll let you in. Your faithful friend, Mahra. P.S. I left a couple of levitate potions here for you, just in case. I couldn't remember if you knew the spell or not, so I drew a couple from stock. I had to run some old documents over to the Inquisitor at the Ministry of Truth, and I'm likely to be tied up there for a while. Пропонує мені, якби, відправитись в Міністерство правди. Пропоную захопити два свідка Divine Intervention. У мене тільки один. Так собі. Працівники храму живуть не дуже багато, да? О! 2. У мене 2. Все, супер. Отбой тривоги. Можна... Можна пробувати. Тут вхід. Чи там вище? Hall of 80-й левел. Замочка. Ще один 80-й. Ти в нас 100.
I'm
Алвела
very
Сарам.
happy to make your acquaintance.
Алвела Сарам. Да, якраз з нею. I'm sorry, no pilgrims allowed in the ministry. I'll have to ask you to leave, but you're not here to visit anyone, are you? Mehra said you would come. I'll say you subdued me with magic and stole my key. It opens all three exterior doors. The upper back door is best. You'll need other keys for other doors inside. Search for the keys in desks. No one carries keys while on duty. Mehra is in prison keep in the cell of the far right. Mehra said you'd bring scrolls to get out. Some of us are sympathetic to the dissident priests, but kill an ordinator and you'll lose that sympathy. You've got rank in the temple. Maybe you can bluff your way through. Here's the key to the entrance. Now get going. В общем, каже, що не варто бувати ординаторів. От ти, скотини, ж на мене агриться. Ну, ладно, я попитаюсь. Спасти їхнє нікчемне життя. Mm-hmm.
What do you want?
I don't care who you are. Патріарх. Мені вообще плевать, що ти патріарх. You don't belong in here. So get out right now. Don't make me use force. Ну ладно. Все, мене нема. Бач. В смысле, не бачу. Красоти не бачу. A wooden cavern door. A wooden cavern door. Опс. Чел. А ти? І ти теж. Чого всі такі агресивні? Давайте ми зробимо так. По-перше, поміняємо це, по-друге, візьмемо оце от і зробимо так. Пошли за мною. Давай, сюди йди. Сюди йди. Чо? Блін, так швидко закінчується юз. Колечко, правильно? Оп, і лок. Блін, ти лок, я не пам'ятаю постійно, як він називається, правильно? О, лок. Все, там і сидіть. А я то все якось розберуся вже. Це ж да, це не відкривається. Ой, а мені сюди? Мені не сюди. Ялки-палки. А я читати вмію? А я читати не вмію. Мені здається, ця штука всередині більше, ніж снаружи. Prison Keep. Ой, да, всередині більше, ніж внаружи. Десь там справа мені сказали, да? А. Ти хто? Хана Дорнке, Вобен Дулфес, Дейл Селарар, Містеріо Through і юзаємо наш камелеончик. Упс, чувак не замітив, що я вийшов з інвіза прямо посередині цієї. Прям тут поряд. Мехра, дорогенька. Хренова в тебе ситуація. Do you have the Divine Intervention Scrolls? I have an escape plan. Коротше, вона якби швидко приходить до справи. I'll need one Divine Intervention Scroll myself for my escape plan. Getting out will be a lot faster and safer for you if you have one. But if you haven't got one for yourself, maybe you can find some other way out. Now listen, here's my plan. Give me a Divine Intervention Scroll. I'll meet you at the secret distant priest monastery at Holamayan. For safety, we'll travel separately. When you get out of here, look for a woman named Blata Hateria on the east docks of Ebonheart. Tell her I sent you. Щось у мене з горлом якісь проблемки. Tell her I sent you and that you want to go fishing. She'll bring you to Holamayan by boat. I'll meet you there and we'll get the lost prophecies from Gilvas Barello, the leader of the dissident priests, and magic cancels the Holamayan entrance. Speak to Vevrana Arion, a monk at the dock at Holamayan, about the hidden entrance. Holamayan is a secret monastery of the dissident priests. The monastery itself is beneath the surface of a remote island along Azura's coast, with only a single entrance hidden from view by hills and vegetation. The monastery is further protected by a magical shield, which opens only at dawn and dusk, the magical twilight hours sacred to Azura. Так, я їй передав? Я ж не поняв. Ага, я передав їй все-таки цей. Значить, це окей. I gave Mahramil Divine Intervention, вроді все окей. Треба в Ebonheart валити. Ну я ще хотів би пообщатися з народом, спитати, що воно тут і як. Downfall Madeline Priests. I wouldn't have touched her if she hadn't come onto me like a hot stone. Боже. Bastards, get my hands on one. I'm going to squeeze him like a pamphlet. Ну, такий собі чувак. No, I didn't do it. I didn't do nothing. I was... Це мужик. I was framed. I wasn't nowhere near the place, and what would I be doing working on the silly pilgrims? I ain't worth the sweat, the tight little pricks. Що? You know, God grabbers robbing themselves where the saints have trod and all that. God Jackal, give it all to the temple, the fools dressed in bags and socks. Sore pinch coin altar liquors make me pack. А ти хоч нормально? Чи ти теж якась манячка? I'm thinking It's a lot safer in here with ordinators not mad at me than it would be with me out there with ordinators mad at me. They're a rough bunch. Mad with me is not how I want to be dealing with them. Я думаю, це більш безпечно бути тут з ординаторами, які не злі на мене, ніж бути снаружи з ординаторами, які злі на мене. Ну, так то логічно, я б сказав би. А. Тут хто? Привіт, дядько. Nothing to do with me, mate. Ain't shifting did the crime and doing me time. It's a fair cop. I'm doing me time and walking free. Else me poor numbed bewarian I'll self sick. Коротше, всі, ну не всі, частина... Фігась. Просто на блатному якомусь говорять. I'm in here for some sort of blasphemy or something. Did it alright. Did it alright. Guild says serve you time and keep your yap shut. So I'm being a good boy and staying quiet. It was not really just regular barracks talk, but there was a lady present and this redolent lord got up on his hind legs and was gonna shit me like a sturgeon. Better this way. Damn sign better. Тебе нема ніяких оков. А чи я можу всіх їх повипускати звідси? Ладно, я не буду це робити.
Greetings to you.
Я так подумав, може все-таки варто було випустити їх всіх. Попробувати випустити. Hello. Yes, I'm Vlada Haterian. Do I know you? Right, you're Gredley. My friend said you might want to go fishing. I know a fine place, excellent fishing, my friend Mahramilo. My friend Mahramilo says it's her favorite fishing spot. You ready to go? Yes. Good, I'm ready to take you to Holamayan anytime you're ready to travel. And I'll be here to offer that service anytime you need it.
Greetings to you. A pleasure to meet you.
Travel. Ще й бабло за це взяла. Hello. I'm Vivrana Arion, a monk of Holamayan. The monastery is here, on this island. Take the stone pathway north from the docks and the path uphill. The entrance is hidden by a magical shield. Wait or rest at the head of the path, and the portal will open at dusk and dawn only. The magical twilight hours sacred to Azura. Mahramila has told us of your coming. You can find her in the library with Master Barello. Later I can arrange for you for your return to Vivek whenever you are ready.
You flatter me with your attention, Outlander.
Конечно. Спаситель прийшов. А воно... Я вже хотів сказати, що вони на що не агресивні, а вони агресивні все-таки. А, в мене імунітет, кстати. Ладно. 3 PM. Жесть. Оце так прокинувся. А. Бє. А це котра тут, до речі, 7. Да. Угадав, насправді. Вау, у вас тут прям як в настоящем храмі. Welcome, Grelly. Mehramilla has told us of your coming. You can find her, Master Barter. Окей. Тебе є брат в храмі, але він, по-моєму, виглядає якийсь трошки молодшим. Ти теж священник? Привіт, народ.
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance.
Welcome, friend. I
Thank you,
feel as
Grelly,
though I
for
should know you.
rescuing me. Now I'll stay here at Holomeyan with Master Barella and assist him with the monastery library. Master Gilvas Barello is the abbot of our monastery and the head of our secret order. We have adopted the name Distant Priest. We are not ashamed of our disputes with the temple's hierarchy. We are fiercely loyal to the temple's ancient traditions, but we are troubled that the ultimate source of the tribunal's divinity might be the same as the source of Dagat-Ur's evil power. Dagat-Ur's power seems to wax as the tribunal's power wants. Read the progress of Truth and other documents of the Apocrypha in our library, and you'll see why we are uneasy. Так. Як на Lost Prophecies, ні? Ладно, ти. How can I help you? Dagatur. So long as the ordinators, binary armagers and tribunal could contain the blight and Dagat-Ur's creatures within the ghost fence, faith in the temple's protective power was strong. But now travelers and settlements suffer from blight storms and Morovind monsters, and the people fear the temple is losing its ages-old battle with the devil Dagat-Ur. A significant part of the temple hierarchy might be more inclined to accept and tolerate differences of opinion in dogma, but other parts of the temple, in particular the donators under Baral Sala, claim that the threat from Red Mountain and Dagat-Ur can only be resisted with an unified, resolute faith. The people are afraid, so they support the hard line. But if we can show ourselves above to confront Dagat-Ur more effectively than the ordinators, the temple and the people will support us. Mehra has run terrible risk remaining at the Hall of Wisdom and Truth, and we are grateful that you have rescued her from the Ministry of Truth. Nerevar. By the way, here are a few books from our library you might find of interest. Each gives a very different impression of Nerevar. Real Nerevar, Nerevar Monstar, Saint Nerevar. Nerevarin. Our interest in the Nerevarin used to be a matter of principle, a willingness to consider the validity of mystical insights rejected by temple doctrine. Now Dagat-Ur grows stronger, while the tribunal grows weaker, and the return of Saint Nerevar, even if only reborn in spirit, may be our best prospect of salvation. Secret Order, 6th house. This is a new threat and not yet widely recognized as another phase of the devil Dagat-Ur, but it is clearly a sign of a common crisis, and the temple may no longer be able to protect Morovind. In such troubled times, the Dunmer may turn to the ancient pillars of fate, the ancestrals and the Daedra, and especially to the prophetic vision granted by Lord Azura. Then they may look to the Nerevarine, Saint Nerevar reborn, to lead them against the grim armies of Dagat-Ur. We have adopted the name Lost Prophecies. I have received the Apocrypha and have found 2 passages of particular interest. We have made copies of these passages to give you. Many are familiar with the 2 Nerevarine prophecies current among the Ashlanders called the Stranger and the Seventh Vision. We have 2 other prophecies, the Lost Prophecy and the 7 Curses, that may offer additional insights into the riddles surrounding the coming of the Incarnate. Perhaps these are the lost prophecies that your friend Nibani Mesa told you about. We have also prepared a document for you called Kagranak's Tools. This document will explain to you and to others the terrible secret that the temple conceals about the true history of the tribunal and the corrupt nature of their divine powers. It is to conceal this secret that the temple persecutes the Nerevarine and the dissident priest. This persecution must stop. We must be united against the true enemy, Dagat-Ur. And if you are the Nerevarine, you must lead us against him. Так, ще не почитати, видали мені. Apocrypha. The hieroglypha are the collected priestly writings of the temple. The apocrypha are the hidden writings, secrets known only at the highest level of priesthood and inquisition. Define the temple, we have gathered as much of the apocrypha as we can here in Holamayan. One of the chief disputes between the temple and the distant priests is that the temple hides the truth from its followers. Lost Prophecy. The Lost Prophecy. From 7th sign of 11th generation. Neither hound nor goar, nor seed nor harrow, but dragonborn and far star maker, market. Outlander incarnate beneath Red Mountain. Blessed guest counters 7 curses. Star blessed hand builds thrice cursed blade to reap the harvest of the unmourned house. I've annotated your copy of The Lost Prophecy with our best efforts at interpretation, but a rough summary might be: an outlander, foreign-born but welcomed as a guest, confronts 7 curses beneath Red Mountain. His hand, blessed by Azura, uses a cursed blade to bring justice to House the God, or House Dwemer, or both. The Nerevarine, an outlander that wouldn't pleased many Ashlanders and may explain how the prophecy got lost. Логично. The seven curses. The seven curses reads as follows. Though the doors of the unmourned house where scoffers scoff and shammers shame, from the halls of the house-breaking house rings seven curses of God's blasphemy. First curse, curse of fire. Second curse, curse of ash. Third curse, curse of flesh. Fourth curse, curse of gusts. Fifth curse, curse of seed. Sixth curse, curse of despair. Seventh curse, curse of dreams. Your copy of the seven curses bears our guesses at interpreting the verses. In short form, seven curses come from House the God or House Dwemer, or both. Fire and ash come from Red Mountain, flesh is corporous, ghost, seed, and despair are unclear, but curse of dreams seems to refer to recent cases of soul sickness and sleeper attacks in the towns. Wow. Що у вас за книжки, до речі? Ви мене вб'єте, якщо я візьму з книжку? Ні, ви не вб'єте. Ви шарите, ви розумієте, хто ваш спаситель. І розумієте, що можна пожертвувати одною книжечкою, а двома книжечками, ради того, щоб бути спасеними. Окей, почитаємо, що у нас. Що вони нам там понакидували. Kagrenak's tools, summarized from the Apocrypha by Gilvas Barella, abbot of Holomayan, and various of the decent priests. Beneath Red Mountain, Dwemer miners discovered a great magical stone. By diverse methods, Lord Kagrenak, high priest and mage crafter of the ancient Dwemer, determined that this magical stone was the heart of the god Lorkhan, cast here in the Dawn Era as a punishment for his mischief in creating the mortal world. Determined to use its divine powers to create a new god for the exclusive benefit of the Dwemer, Kagrenak forged three great enchanted artifacts, forged artifacts, which are called Kagrenak's tools. Great Guard is an enchanted gauntlet to protect its wearer from destruction when tapping the heart's power. Thunder is an enchanted hammer to strike the heart and produce the exact volume and quality of power desired. Keenan is an enchanted blade that is used to flay and focus the power that rises from the heart. When Kagrenak used these tools on the heart in the Battle of Red Mountain, no one knows what happened, but the Dwemer race disappeared entirely from the mortal world. Lord Nerevar and Lord the God retrieved these tools and didn't know what to do with them. Nerevar asked the god to guard the tools while he went to consult with his counselors, Vivek, Almalexia, and Sotasil. He left and spoke with his 3 counselors, and they decided to return together to Red Mountain to decide what to do. But while Nerevar was gone, the god was tempted and confused by the powers of the tools. When Nerevar and the councils arrived, he refused to give up the tools, claiming he had sworn to Nerevar to protect them. Then the god fought with Nerevar and the councillors and was mortally wounded and driven off, and the tools were recovered. Then Nerevar and his councillor decided to take the tools for safekeeping. They all swore a great oath never to use the tools, but after Nerevar's death, Vivek, Almalexi, and Sotasil yielded to temptation. They took these tools themselves and went to Lorkhan's heart buried beneath Red Mountain and gave themselves divine powers. But the god had not died. We don't know what happened, but this is what we believe. His experiments with Kagranak's tools had joined him to the heart's divine nature in some way, so that he learned to draw power directly from the heart. We conjecture that Dagat-Ur, driven by anger and greed, used the heart without caution and restraint, and as a result he has become terribly powerful and terribly mad. But the tribunal showed great care and restraint in their use of the tools, and so they were not driven mad, and they did many good things. Nonetheless, the tribunal too appeared to have been corrupted by the heart's power, though more subtly. Kagranak's tools are cursed. Stealing power from the heart of a good is terribly folly and fitted to disaster. The tribunal is losing its battle to control the power of the heart. They are sustained by the same tainted power that drives Dagat-Ur mad. They grow weak and cannot protect us from Dagat-Ur. But even if they could, would we be wise to worship gods such as these? They conceal the truth from us out of shame. They persecute the Nervarian and the dissident priest out of shame, when they should be welcoming them and enlisting their aid against Dagat-Ur. The tribunal have done much good for Morrovind and the Dunmer, but they succumbed to the temptation of Kagranak's tools, and though these tools once may have seemed the instruments of salvation, now they must be seen as instruments of doom. Message from Dagat-Ur, це ми вже читали, да? Да. Mission to Vivek from Cassius. Прочитано. Mysterious Akavir. Nerevar, Moon and Star. 200 голди. Окей. Просто дорога книжка. Ну, або навчає деструкшн. Або акробатики. This is a selection from a series of monographs by various imperial scholars on Icelander legends. In ancient days, the deep elves and a great host of outlanders from the west came to steal the land of the Dunmer. In that time, Nervar was the great Khan and war leader of the house people, but he honored the ancient spirits and the tribal law and became as one of us. So, when Nervar pledged upon his great ring of the ancestors, one clan under moon and star, to honor the ways of the spirits and rights of the land, all the tribes joined the house people and fight a great battle at Red Mountain. Though many Dunmer tribesmen and housemen died at Red Mountain, the Dwemer were defeated and their evil magics destroyed, and the outlanders driven from the land. But after this great victory, the power-hungry Khans of the great houses slew Nervar in secret and setting themselves up as gods, neglecting Nervar's promises to their tribes. But it is said that Nervar will come again with his ring and cast down the false gods, and by the power of his ring will make God his promises to the tribes, to honor the spirits and drive the outsiders from the land. Not Tamamaya, це просто від Мехри. Notes from Huleya. Це, по-моєму, теж читав. Saint Nervar. From a short temple pamphlet for Western readers. Ages ago, Nervar was the greatest Dunmer general, first counselor and companion of Bivik, Almeleksi and Sotasil, who with the power of the great ring of the ancestral, one clan under moon and star, united the Dunmer houses to confront the evil Dwemer, the treacherous House the God, and their western allies at Red Mountain. Коротенька записка. By providence, the faithless Dwemer were utterly destroyed and their allies defeated, but Nervar, mortally wounded in combat with the traitor Dagat-Ur, was driven from Red Mountain. Nervar died not long after of his wounds, but he lived to see the birth of the temple and to bless the unity of the Dunmer into the safekeeping of Almsivi, the temple and all its communion of saints. Пропаганда и запахло. Lost Prophecy. Так, це віршик. Notes. Lines 1-3 of ancient family, but not of the four great Icelanders clans, born under foreign stars and the sign of the dragon, the imperial sign. Line 4-5. Outlander incarnate beneath Red Mountain, blessed guest counter 7 curses. Outlander incarnate appears as a formal epithet, stressing the linkage between the words. The Outlander incarnate is a blessed guest, one not born of the tribes but accepted as a guest with rights of heart and hospitality. Under Red Mountain, he will confront and balance against 7 curses. See the 7 curses prophecy also. Dagat-Ur is served by his 7 kin, once great wizard lords, called ash vampires by the Ashlanders. Star Blessed suggested Azura, the Deader Lord and patron of magic, fate and prophecy. 3C cast blade may refer to a weapon called Kinin, associated in certain legends with the Battle of Red Mountain and Dwemer Craft Lord Kegrenak. Reap the harvest is a reference to the proverb, you harvest from the seeds you plant, which means you get what your labors deserve, in both a positive sense or reward and negative sense of punishment. The unmarked house could be either of both of the lost great houses of the Dunmer, House Dwemer and House the God. Це було. А це прочитано. Це якраз оце, да? Ні, це не це. Оце прочитано. Real Nerevara. This Talivani retains and formal history of the Nerevar list no sources. When the Dunmer followed Veloth to Morrovіnd, they were many warring clans, with no law or leader in common. One Dunmer warlord, Nerevar, had the ambition to rule all the Dunmer. In that time, House Dwemer were great enchanters, so Nerevar went in secret to a Dwemer smith and asked for an enchanted ring that would help him. The ring gave its wearer great power of persuasion. For safety, it was enchanted to instantly kill anyone who wore it except Nerevar. The ring was called Moon and Star, and it helped Nerevar unite the various clans into the First Council. І тут згадую книжку Василя Forgotten Realms, Прокляття Рубіна, по-моєму, де Хафлінг Реджіс в долині Лідяного Вітра поговорив в один момент з допомогою свого Рубіна, зачаровано приблизно таким самим чином, як і ця штука, ну тільки без того факту, що вона вбиває всіх, крім одного спеціального носителя. Так от, Хафлінг уговорив, якби, города долини об'єднатися проти общого ворога, але, якби, народ прям дуже швидко зрозумів, що щось тут не то, що не може Хафлінг так чітко, якби, всіх оговарювати. І коли він другий раз питався це зробити, його всі чуть не заплювали. Якби. Древні Данбри були більш наївні, схоже на те. Або Енчант був набагато сильніший. Хоча Рубін у Реджіса це прям епічний артефакт, наскільки я пам'ятаю. The ring was called Monster, later, however, disputes over religion divided the council, with House Dwemer and House the God on one side and all the other houses on the other. Dwemer and the God invited Orc and Nord clans as allies and held northwest Morrovіnd, while Nerevar mastered the other houses and nomad tribes and marched to meet the Dwemer the God western forces. The armies met at Red Mountain and at Dwemer stronghold. The Dwemer were defeated with great slaughter, and terrible sorceries were used, resulting in the utter extermination of House Dwemer, House the God, and their allies. Nerevar was killed in the battle and his ring lost, but Nerevar's alliance survives in Morrovind's ruling political institution, the Grand Council. Так, я на хвилинку відлучуся, скоро вернусь. повертаємося до наших читань. Це я вже прочитав чи ні? Це ні. Окей, ще один віршик. І notes. 1.3 ambiguous. May refer to the impiety of the god-mocking house Dwemer, or the treacherous diplomacy of the subtle house the god, or both. House the god, however, was revealed as oath breakers for their treachery at Red Mountain. It may, however, refer to unspecified broken oaths of peace between Lord Nerevar and Lord Dumak, founders of the Grand Council. Nerevar and Dumak were loyal friends until the disagreements between the Dwemer and the other great houses broke out in open conflict. Line 4. The Dwemer were the mockers and profaners of the divine. The 5.6. The curses of fire and ash would come from the Red Mountain where Dagat-Ur rules. These were the earliest reported threats from Red Mountain. 7. Chaos of flesh suggested blight disease, especially corpus. The fire and ash storms precede the threats of blight and corpus. Obscure. May refer to ash yet unrecognized threats from Dagat-Ur. And 11. Recent reports of soul sickness and disturbed dreams come from townfolk and Ashlanders alike. That the seventh and final cause has begun suggests the threat presented is about to reach a crisis. Це воно? Це те саме чи ні? Це просто пророцтво. Seven visions. 7 trials. First trial on a certain date on certain pair. Віршики. Sign, Subansi Notes, це торговець Зальдруна, Decoded Package. Так, вроді все прочитано. Раз все прочитано, то можна подивитися, що треба робити по квесту. По квесту треба Ахімоза Нерварін. Ну, походу, треба просто двигати до шаманки. І общатися з нею. Ну що, давайте так і зробимо.
You flatter me with your attention.
Ну що, дорогенька, нашого твої втрачені пророцтва. Go ahead. Do you have questions about the Nervan prophecies or other questions to ask me, or do you bring me new news of the lost prophecies? Wow, yeah. You have these lost prophecies. You will tell me these things over and over until I have them by heart. And then you will tell me what these priests say, what they see in these words, and then you must leave me. Hunt, sleep, train, feed, learn the land. I must bring these things into me and place them before my ancestors and listen to them and to the skies and stars of my dreams. And then when the moons have come and gone, return and I will give you my judgment. Готово. Прийшло озаріння. I'm ready to give you my judgment. Ну да, конечно. 24 часа прошло. Then the stars and stars have given me clear signs. The lost prophecies leave no doubt. The incarnate shall be an outlander. You, blessed by Azura, must lift the 7 curses of Dagat-Ur. Prophecy has shown the 7 steps of the Nervarin's path, and I have been chosen as your guide for each step in that path. I will read the signs and show you the way. It is time for you to walk the path, the 7 visions, and pass the 7 trials of the 7 visions. You are born on a certain day to uncertain parents, so you have passed the 4th trial. My dreams show me that you also fulfill the 2nd trial, that neither blight nor age can harm him. The curse of flesh before him flies. I have read the signs, but I cannot understand. Can you explain this to me? Tell how I got corpus disease and was cured. That you have overcome the curse of flesh is strange enough, but that it should protect you from blight and age is past belief. Yet the signs of my dreams are clear. You have passed the 2nd trial, but the 3rd trial is unfulfilled. The mastery of the 3rd trial is not my secret to share. Go to Sul Matul, the guardian of our cult, and he shall tell you the 3rd trial. When you have fulfilled that 3rd trial, return to me for guidance on your next steps on the path of the Nervarin. 3rd trial. The legend there is a shrine to Azura called the Cavern of the Incarnate. There are secrets I may not tell you about this cavern. Do not ask. Ну, пошли
I see this land suits you. We welcome you
до
freely.
крутого чувака. А где твой щит? Все уже? You wish to know about the 3rd trial, and I shall tell you. You have entered the path of the Nervarin. This is hard thing to believe, but Nipani Mesa has spoken to me at length of this, and I have had time to consider. Therefore I shall keep my own counsel, and set before you my own test. I do not dispute with the wise woman, but their ways are not the ways of the warrior. Many before have tried the path of the Nervarin, but all have failed the warrior's test. You must have strength, courage, and cunning. These things I would test. Nearby lies Gogorun, the ancient halls of the forgotten house the god. In recent time, creatures of the blight have come to dwell there. I myself went there with some brave hunters and came back again, but it was a bad place, and I am not ashamed to say I was afraid for myself and my men. If you would have from me the secret of the 3rd trial, the caverns dark, where Azura's eye sees, you will first bring to me 3 tokens from Dark Kagurun. The first token is corrupt weapons from a corpus beast, to show that you are proof against the disease's corruption. В одну штучку, да? Наверное, одну штучку. The second token is a cup with the mark of the house the god, for I have myself seen such cups there, and will know you have seen with your eyes what I have seen with my. The third token is the shadow shield. А от Shadow Shield я щось не пам'ятаю, що б забрав. Which lies on the tomb of the god Marine, in the lava tunnel deep beneath ruined Kagurun. Bring these things to me, and then I will tell you the secret of the third test. Shit. По-моєму, чашку я забрав, вона в Балморі валяється. Корпус м'яса в мене є, а от щит Shadow Shield. Shadow Shield. Shadow Shield. Ну ладно, я зганяю в Балмору, там подивлюся.
Wonderful. Welcome, Outlander. Where would you like to go?
Чувак, поняв, що погано грає свою роль. Чашка. How's the God Cup? Корпус м'яско. І Shield of Undaunted. Ну, мабуть, все-таки щит я не взяв, скоріше за все, це якась фігня. Так що мені треба буде Shield of Light. Треба буде туди відправити все ще таке. А, ні, Shadow Shield. Ладно, не фігня. Все. Вертаємося. Докладаємо
I'm very happy to
боссу.
make your acquaintance.
Ой, отвяньте, чуваки. Ти прям до 10, думаю, дорахувати не встиг. If you have brought me the 3 tokens of the various tests, I can speak to you further of the third trial. I'm interested. I'm interested. These 3 tokens you have brought me. You may keep them. You have passed the various tests, and I will give you the secret of the third trial. In caverns, dark Azura's eye sees and makes to shine the moon and star. This is the third vision, and you must go to the cavern of the incarnate, a place sacred to Azura, and look for the moon and star. The secret of the cavern of the incarnate is set in a riddle. The eye of the needle lies in the teeth of the wind. The mouth of the cave lies in the skin of the pearl. The dream is the door and the star is the key. This riddle is wisdom's test. Take counsel of the wisdom of the tribes, and you shall find the way. Seek the cavern of the incarnate, gain the moon and star, and bring it to Nibanimasa. Take with you my blessing, and the blessing of our tribes, Malipu Ataman's belt. Дав мені якусь пояса. Загадка. The eye of the needle lies in the teeth of the wind. Око голки лежить в зубах вітра. The mouth of the cave lies in the skin of the pearl. Рот печери лежить на шкірі перлини. The dream is the door and the star is the key. Сонце двері. Зірка це ключ. Він казав посоветуватись з мудрецями племені. Ти мудрець племені. Welcome, favorite guest. Eye of the Needle. This token of our tribe, Malipu the mud belt is proof of Sul Matul's blessing. Let me think. Perhaps you mean the needle. It is a tall rock column in the Valley of the Wind. I have slept beneath it once or twice. The Valley of the Wind is a valley on the northeast slopes of Red Mountain. The entrance of the valley is marked by Aaron's teeth, two tall rock spires. Valley of the Wind, there are two valleys side by side on the northeast slopes of Red Mountain. The westmost valley is called Dry Camp Valley. The camps have no water, but they are sheltered from the wind. Dan egg caverns are also three. The Valley of the Wind is the eastmost valley. It runs long and straight south between Aaron's teeth and climbs toward Red Mountain. The mouths of this valley are to the east along the coast, past Pthunt, a Dwemer ruin, and just past Zer Gonipal, a Dedric ruin, turns south. Iron's teeth are two stone spikes at the mouth of valley. The valley runs south from the sea in the northeast of Waterfall, east of Dwemer Pthunt, east of Daedric. We stay away from the valley. The winds howl and the spirits are always awake. Dorlith's ancestral tomb is in this valley, Darlet. It is foolish to disturb the spirits in their resting place. Skin of the pearl. You bear belt, this is important. Just a moment, you mentioned the needle in the Valley of the Wind. I recall at the top of that tall spire is not white, but much lighter than other rocks nearby. Much lighter rock. The head of the valley sits right under the needle. It is a good, safe campground, sheltered from wind with only one approach. This whitish rock at the top of the needle, that might be the pearl you're looking for. Teeth of the Wind. I will share what I know. I know no place of that name, but there is a place called Aaron Teeth in the Valley of the Wind. These two rocks spires mark the entrance to the valley, and they bear the name of the seer Arian, one blessed by Azura.
You flatter me with your attention, Outlander.
Коротше, після
May
твоїх
you
пояснень
find me worthy of your attention.
стане набагато тяжче зрозуміти, куди мені йти. Пас Ботхуант. Тут у нас Ботхуанда нема, ні? Він вроді сказав десь в цьому районі чи ні? North-East Slopes of Red Mountain. Ну, допустим, я зараз зганяю в цей Ботхуант
A sincere welcome to you.
і звідти попробую добратися.
Why walk when
Давай я
you
тебе
can
спасу
ride?
трошки, то ти якось так стрьомно стоїш, ходиш по краю. Я, звісно, розумію, що ти дерзкий пацан, но... До речі, а пояс. Restore Health, Fortify Agility. Непогано, непогано.
You seem like very good company.
Туда попасти не
You
получится.
honor me.
Ну, так
Do you
просто.
wish to do business? How wonderful. Welcome at last.
Ладно. В такому разі, якщо я правильно розумію. Чи стоп, чи це. То, блін, то ж не данморські розвалини, а двеморські. Правильно. Пас двеморські, блін. Бтхуант, ну да. Це ж, блін. Двеморські. Зараз будемо шукати. Ну це не ті. Я просто сюди North-East, він же ж сказав. Можна мені. Ладно, полечу. Хумс. Там Бтхуанг. Пас Двемер, just pass Зерганіпал. Зерганіпала я тут теж не бачу, да? А, вот, Зерганіпал, кстати. The mouths of this valley are the east along the coast. Pass and just pass and turn south. Ага. Тобто мені треба десь тут повернути в цю сторону. Щось типу такого. Ну ладно. Пошли туди. Упс. Просто пішли туди. Чел. А в тебе все нормально? Побода він тут своїм розмахує. Видите ли. Я тут був чи ні? Ні, тут не був. З одного удара просто. Ну, серйозно, паняночка. Він то, що не чути удара, коли стукаєш по ним. Енчантам якраз так стидно. А все, тут більше нічого нема, да? А там я пробігав? По-моєму, я там пробігав, коли. Застряг. Застряг! На реварі. Тут теж нічого нема, або я не бачу. Да, це тут вот. Ладно, так не особо щось є в цьому печерці. Погнали вперед. Я тут вже, по ідеї, був всередині. Да. Тут нічого цікавого. Це, походу, якраз ті два морські розвалини, про які він казав. І тут, куди не подивився, які зуби ростуть. Коротше, прочитав назву. Що тут взагалі відбувається? Чим ти тут займаєшся, паучок? О, мордяки так. Центуріону. А Девіл Танто дешеве. Не щита, хелм. Хелмет. Ключик. Для чого мені ключик від цієї крепості, якщо я вже в крепості, га? Ага, не очікував, да? Неймовірно, от є два столба нам туди. О, а це тут я ще не був. Тут є живі. Ого, ніфіга собі він жирнок. Блін, якщо я б'юся як дитинка, то як б'єшся ти, якщо ти від двох ударів дитинки скопитився? А Мерсен, Кірас, Деєдрік. В принципі, можна забрати все. Можливо, я навіть після цього зможу ходити. Вівика проповіді. Більше тут нема нічого, да? Ти не говорящий? Ні, ти не говорящий. Ну і все, здається, тут більше нікого я не бачу. Не бачу ніяких проходів. Вроді все. А, стоп. А, ні, не стоп, це просто можна з двох сторін зайти. Окей. І нам сказали пройти по всю штуку. Во, стоп. Во, два стовби. Скоріше за все, нам сюди. Тут якась гробниця, про яку казали. Darrell Ancestral Tomb. Так. Darrell Ancestral Tomb. Я зайду. Why not? Я не зайду. І рухаємося, по ідеї, в цю сторону. І, можливо, колись ми дійдемо. О, зірочки місяці.
The door is locked and will not open. The star is the key.
Нічого собі. Зі мною говорила двері. Я в шоці. Друга дня. 2 плюс 5.
In the dawn hour under Azura's star, the door is opened.
Окей. Мене пустили. Ти хто нещасний? Слышь, Азура, я пришел за своим кольцом. Так. Moon Star. 45 personality на 5 пунктов, Speechcraft на 5 пунктов. Да.
Nerevar reborn, incarnate. Your first 3 trials are finished. Now 2 new trials lie before you. Seek the Ashlander Ashcans and the Great House Councillors. 4 tribes must name you Nerevarine. 3 houses must name you Hortator. My servant, Nabani Mesa, shall be your guide. And when you are Hortator and Nerevarine, when you have stood before the false gods and freed the heart from its prison, heal my people and restore Morrowind. Do this for me, and with my blessing.
Welcome, incarnate. I am Hort-led. I was not the one, but I wait and hope. Ask and I shall tell you my story. I died 400 years ago, in the last days of turmoil and unrest after the Empire came to Morrowind. I was a thinker and not a doer, and thought and though I was marked by the stars. I was not a hero. Take these things of mine. My bones won't complain. Welcome, incarnate. I am Canon Kodala. I was not the one, but I wait and hope. Ask and I shall tell you my story. I was an Ashkan. I led my people against the Akaviri while the Kirodil dogs fled before them like Kaguti. I quested deep into the strongholds and Red Mountain. Cleansing the unclean things in their own blood. I did not heed the counsel of the women, and to my shame, I craved glory, but never saw my real enemies. My axe and boots are yours, with my blessing. Welcome, incarnate. I am Indrania Nerothan. I was not the one, but I wait and hope. Ask, and I shall tell you my story. I lived in the late years of the tribunate, and behind the scenes, I helped us demoralize, then repel the Akaviri invaders. I knew nothing of the Nerevorin or Dagat Ur until I took refuge with the Ashlanders. I died a fool, trying to loot ruined Kagurun. Here, take this. Maybe there's something in the world left worth stealing. Welcome, incarnate. I'm Erundan. I was not the one, but I wait and hope. Ask, and I shall tell you my story. I saw Morovind fall to the Empire. I lived through the humiliation of the surrender, swore hatred and vengeance against Imperial and Tribunal alike for their betrayals. In later years, I despaired and turned to Red Mountain, where I grew old and died fighting the Blight and Red Mountain monsters. Take my weapons and armor. I have no further use for them. Welcome, incarnate. I am Anteria. I was not the one, but I wait and hope. Ask, and I shall tell you my story. I was a holy crusader of the temple in the golden era of the tribunate. I contributed substantially to the writings that were later suppressed by the temple, and now would be called apocrypha. I followed the tribunal unquestioningly, to my regret. I never believed in the Nerevorin prophecies until it was too late. Take my humble possessions with my blessing. Так ми з тобою говорили правильно. Welcome incarnate, moon and star reborn, Hortator, Nervorin, mourner of the tribe unmourned, redeemer of the false gods. I am Big Star. I was not the one. But I wait and hope, ask and I shall answer, if wisdom guides me. I will answer when I can and with what I know. But the vision of Azura are often obscure for two reasons. One, because the Father cannot be known, and choices may always be made. Two, because truth is not clear and simple. Azura's riddles warn us to think long and hard. They force us to search carefully for truth and meaning, and not to rely only on impulse and force. Not the one. I am a failed incarnate. So are all these who remain here with me in the cavern of the incarnate. I survived the blight, but I fell in battle with an ash vampire. I could not master the arts of war, nor could I learn the ways of the great houses. They would not have accepted me as Hortaror. Take these few poor things, they are of no use to me. You must go before the counselors of the great houses and satisfy them, for only the councils of the great houses can name you Hortaror. I do not know the settled people of the great houses and can offer you no counsel. You bear the moon and star, the Rhino Nerevar. None may deny, you are Nerevar reborn, the prophesied incarnate. The temple will know you as an enemy. Ordinators will mark you for death. Вони вже це зробили. Ха-ха, але це їм не помогло. And the tribunal faithful of the great houses will hate and fear you. The doubters of the tribes will test your strength and doubt your honor. You will be known, you must prepare and be ready. You must go before the Ashkans of the wastest people and satisfy them, for only the Ashkans of the four tribes can name you Nerevaruin. Speak first with Sul Matul of the Ushulako and with wise woman Nibanimesa, for of all the Ashlanders they are wisest in the lore of the incarnate, and you have already shown Sul Matul proof of your worth. Pity Dagat-Ur and the sixth house. All they do, all they are, is fool and evil, but they began in brightness and honor, and the cause of their fall was their loyal service to you, Lord Nerevar. You told Lord Dagot to guard the profound tools beneath Red Mountain, and thus he was tempted. He did your bidding when he tried to keep these tools from the tribunal, and so he hates you, who betrayed him and the tribunal, who mocked his honor, attacked him, and stole the profound tools for their own use. Kegranak, high priest of the Dwemer, forged enchanted artifacts to steal the power of the gods. Nerevar fought the Dwemer to prevent this blasphemy, but Dagatur took these tools to make himself a god, and the tribunal took these tools to make themselves gods. though the tribunal sought to do good with their power, they are tainted by the same corrupt desires that moved Dagat-Ur. The tribunal and Dagat-Ur have the unnatural abilities and lifespan of gods, but they gain these things by actions that mock the gods and misuse divine power. They were ambitious and unwise, and the consequences of these ungodly acts threaten all that lives in Morrovind.
I don't know where to begin. It is such an honor to meet you.
Ну що, в мене на руці колечко.
Welcome, friend. I feel as though I should know you.
Колечко не видно. Ладно. А я надіюсь. You have passed the third trial. Before lies the fourth trial. And the fifth trial. I have spoken with Nibani Mesa, and I know these trials. You wish to be called Urshulaku Nervarin. But first, would you hear the counsel of Sul-Mathul? Давай. Good. First, I would give you warning. When you are called Nervarin, the world must spread, and many must hear. Your enemies will hear and come seeking your blood, and such friends as you may have among the great houses, those who heed the words of the temple. They may forget their love for you. If you have business with the people of the house and temple, you may wish to conduct that business first, before you are named Nervarin. Second, I tell you, seek the counsel of wise woman, Nibani Mesa, for you are an outlander and ignorant of the ways of our people. Nibani Mesa can tell you of the other tribes, of their ways, and of their Eshkans. If you don't know these things, you will make many mistakes and waste precious time. That is my counsel. Now, if you wish to be named Urshulaku Nervarin, we may speak of these things. По ідеї, в мене нічого не должно сламатися, якщо мене так назовуть уже. Тут якби марковано, типа хаос хлалу, ну це Twin Lamps. Чисто, щоб перевірити, можна якби бистренько це затестити. А, по-моєму, він сказав спочатку зайти ще до Нібані Меси, теж в неї
How wonderful.
запитати поради. Дорогенька моя, щось мені скажеш? I'm concerned. Why have you not yet fulfilled the prophecies of the Nerevarine? Have you done something wrong? Have you forgotten your destiny? I have heard that the leader of the temple, a man named Toler Sarioni, is desperate and asks that you come speak with him at the High Fan in Vivek City. Please, if there is some problem, go to Sarioni. Perhaps there is still hope. Це твій совет? Yes, Grelly, I promise you my aid and... Ла-ла, так. Де там? Orshulaku Nervarin. Very well. You wish to be called Nervarin. I know you, and I am disposed to do so. But first you must speak of need and duty. Before name you Nervarin, you must understand why a war leader is needed. So you may tell others. And before I name you Nervarin, I must see that you know your duty. Only when we have spoken of these things shall you be called Nervarin. Know the words of the prophecies. The curse of Dagat-Ur and the sixth house threatens our land. The false gods lie and offer false hope of protection. You bear the moon and star of Nerevar. Azura's hand is upon you. These are the proofs you must show to all people as Urshulaku Nerevarin. You shall be Nerevarin of all the tribes and Hortator of all the great houses. You shall eat and sing of the unmourned house and free the false gods. You must defeat the sixth house and Dagat-Ur. You must free the tribunal from their cause. This is a burden of prophecy. This shall be your duty as Urshulaku Nerevarin. Before my heart and kin and before the people of the wastes, I name you Urshulaku Nerevarin, war leader of the Urshulaku and protector of the people. In token of this, I give you the teeth, which shall be a sign to all Danmar that you are the Nerevarin, and that the Urshulaku shall follow you in all things, even into death, until the enemy is defeated, or until you are dead, or until you give this back into my hand. Resist паралич. Це амулет, а? Це амулет. Амулетик резиста паралича. Not bad. Ну, 10%, конечно. Вообще not bad. Такі собі. I shall be your guide to the 7 trials on the path of the Nerevarin. Ask and I shall answer with Azura's blessing. In once seemed a dream, now it seems real. You have passed the 3rd trial. Now you must pass the 4th trial and the 5th trial. They are much the same. Each Ashlander tribe, each great house, on Vardenfell must choose you as world leader to unite the Dunmer against Daggett Ur's terrible menace. Each tribe must name you Nerevarine. Each great house must name you Horator. You have come for guidance, and I will give it to you. What you saw and heard in the Count of the Carnation, she listens carefully. It is as I have seen in my dream. It is a true dream, sent from Azure to guide me. Mathul has named you Urshulak Nervarin, but until you have been named Ahimuza Nervarin, Zainab Nervarin, and Erabenimsun Nervarin as well, you have not passed the fifth trial. Ahimuza Nervarin, you must go to Ahimuza camp. I have heard the Ahimuza are in pitiful way, and that they do not have an Ashkan. In this case, the wise woman may be acting as the chief of the tribe, and perhaps she can speak for the tribe to name you Ahimuza Nervarin. Zainab. You must go to Zainab camp. The Ashkan of the Zainab Kaushat is a strong and popular chief, but he is known to be vain and hard-headed. To persuade him to name you Zainab Nervarin, you must be strong, yes, but you must also be clever, to please him and earn his favor. The Ashlanders of the Zainab tribe are sly and crafty. Their camp is in the interior of the grasslands. Erabenimsun. You must go to Erabenimsun camp. The Ashkan of the Erabenimsun Ulat Pal is a strong chief, but violent and cruel. He and his Goal Khans are known as killers and attack unarmed victims and betray the rules of hospitality. It is a difficult problem. Only the Ashkan can name you Nerevarin, but this Ashkan might not be willing, and even if he were, he is a bad chief, dishonorable, and not to be trusted. I don't know what you should do. Speak to the tribe's wise woman. Perhaps she will give you a counselor. Hortator. When a greater enemy threatens, the great houses put aside their quarrels and choose a Hortator, a single war leader to lead all the houses. Only a great house council can name a Hortator, and all councils must agree. Speak with the Ridoran councilors Halalo and Levani. Prove to them that Dagat Ur threatens. When you are named Ridoran, Halalo, and Talevani Hortator, only then will you be the Hortator named in prophecy. Так, де тут та кнопочка забанити спамера? Що це за неправду пишеш? Я пройшов 3 як це, трайл. 3 іспитання пройшов, так що я вже почтіше. Hello. Оу, інтернету не було. А довго не було? Достатньо довго. Окей. Ну добре, що повернули. Ми тут протистоїмо загарбникам і неправильним богам. Об'єднуємо народи і намагаємось знищити загально противника. Ну майже. Ridaran Counselor. Go to Aldrum, the chief town of the Ridaran. They say the council meets under the shell of giant emperor crab. The Ridaran are proud and haughty, known as great warriors and great worshippers of the tribunal. Since they love the temple and Vivek, they cannot love you. The temple warriors hate the Nerevarine prophecies and will kill you if they see you. Be careful. Що? Спав в тебе жар? Що? Який канцлер? Канцлер. Совет, да. До сонця. Клало Councilors. Go to Balmora, the chief town of the Hlaalu. I believe the councilors meet there in a great house with many rooms. The Hlaalu are soft and cowardly, sly and greedy. Their traders are liars and cheats. Look behind the words they speak, for the truth they are hiding. Talivani Counselor. I am told that wizards who speak for the Talivani Counselors may be found in the strange building in Sadrit Mora. The Counselors themselves are agile sorcerers living in the towers scattered over Wardenfell. I know nothing about them, except that they are old, terrible and evil. Вау, це про нас. Окей. Вона сказала сходити спочатку в храм і поговорити з босом. Або ще сидить в храмі? Екс-бос насправді. Я тільки в Морровінд і в Севендайках зараз граю, так що в поін заходив, хоча насправді от дома може на цьому тижні якраз заскочити трошки мобов поклацати. Так, вертаємося.
You have great understanding. Welcome.
Куда? Вівек. Перш за все, Вівек. Всі дороги ведуть в Вівек. Через Болмру, звісно.
Where would you like to go?
Да, повикладаю спочатку всяке добро. Мені там призраки пандавали всякого добра, класно. Но я їх дуже поважаю. Ну, мабуть, це такі якось воспользуюся своїм. І вони підготували мене до бою так, а так. Це не вони видали, але тим не менше. Що там, якийсь белт, роба. А я от коли забрав оцю чашу з крепості, я прям не знав, що вона потрібна для квесту. Мені вона просто сподобалась. Унікальна. Я її забрав. Хеха казала, що вона потрібна. Добре, що забрав, виходить. Є насправді ідея зробити стрім по цьому по створенню мода до гри, а саме по створенню будиночка, яку можна було б все це гарно розкласти, все це добро, що в мене тут є. Мабуть, я такий зроблю в якийсь момент. То, що це якось... Тут уже занадто багато всього. Десь має бути якийсь мод заготовка будиночка.
Same low price.
Але його там ще можна дороблювати.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low.
What brings you to the temple, Patriarch? Have you been lax in your duties? Патріарх, ти взагалі странно виконуєш свою роботу? Ладно. Саріоні, я тут закрию, щоб нас не потребували. Мало ли, вдруг ти ножичка достанеш. Може, ти різкий чувак. Thank you for coming, Grelly. You know the temple's doctrine on the Nerevarine. Perhaps it is time to change the doctrine. Вау, який ти крутий. Я як патріарх храма можу собі дозволити змінити доктрину. Temple's doctrine. The temple must protect the people from false doctrines, and your associating with imperial intelligence makes your motivation and integrity suspect. But we have reached a crisis with Dagat-Ur. We can no longer defend the people against the awakened Sixth House. You and your prophecies may represent our last hope. Our situation is desperate, but I would rather have you hear the details of our situation and the circumstances leading up to that situation from Lord Wilkson himself. He has asked to see you. Would you agree to a private meeting with him and hear in person what he has to say? I don't trust you. Блин, I don't trust you. I'm sorry, I understand. Then we have nothing further to discuss at this time. I will not apologize for the temple's actions against you or against the decent priest, but I do believe it is time for such hostilities to stop. Hostilities to stop. I regret that at present the ordinators are not completely under my control, so I can't guarantee that you will not be harmed, but я не можу гарантувати, що твої ординатори не будуть не получать рани. But if you change your mind and are willing to meet with Vivek, please return to me at any time. Ну ладно, ти мене уговорив. Lord Vivek, the poet. Temple Doctrine. Continue. I will meet with Vivek. Why not? Good. Here are 2 keys. One of the private back entrance to my quarters, the other to a locked entrance to Lord Vivek's palace. I regret that at present the ordinators are not completely under my control, so for now I'll ask you to avoid confrontations with them. Lord Vivek is expecting you. His lordship is remarkably patient, but perhaps it would be better not to keep him waiting. Ой, ваш Вивек тут. Видите ли він? А, тобто я просто тупо спустився сюди вниз? Блін, боже мені. Це я в ту сторону йду. По-моєму, в ту сторону. Я щас подумав, що там буде якийсь тунельчик до пана Вівека. Що? Я прийшов. Подивись мені в очі і скажи, чого ви мене предали, а? Чувак. Ой, сорі. Я не це хотів зробити. Блін, яка клавіша? А, ця клавіша. Ніфіга собі. Він переляканий, по-моєму. Ну що, Вівек? I expected you. We have business, you and I. Та який в мене з тобою може бути бізнес? When I was young like you, I was very impatient, so I will keep our business short. Then later, there may be time for other things. First, I propose to remove my cars up on the Nervarin and the persecution of the dissident priest, and proclaim to all Morovind that Grelly is incarnate and Nervarin, the prophesied savior of Morovind, and the last hope to withstand the menace of Dagat-Ur and the sixth house. These things I will do, whether you wish or not. Він мені ще виставляє свої умови. А ці умови мені подобаються. Next, I propose to surrender to you the power and responsibility of defeating Dagat-Ur. Що? Я пропоную тобі surrender to you the power responsibility of the я пропоную тобі. Я, коротше, здаюся тобі і даю тобі сили, щоб протистояти Дагатуру. You may choose to refuse. I will not compel you. You will receive the power as a gift in the form of an artifact called Right Guard. You may accept that gift, then do with it as you will. You will receive the responsibility as an oath. You may give your oath, then keep it or break it as you like. First, will you accept Right Guard as a gift? Maybe, it depends. I'll take your maybe as a no. Then that concludes our interview. Sure, I hope it has not been an inconvenience. And if you change your mind, come back. What is something else? Business. Давай свій Right Guard. Good. Sensible of you. And now, will you give your oath before all gods and men, before all spirits visible and invisible, before my honor and your honor, to dedicate yourself and right guard to the defeat and destruction of Dagat-Ur and the preservation of Morrowind and its people. Ну, взагалі, це якби. Я підтримую це, так що навіть ніяких мейбі не можу казати. Так що я, в принципі, согласен на таке. В сенсі. Не дуже розважливо, але добре. Not very sensible, but very good. I was hoping for someone who would have no hesitation about making such an oath. You will now have a brief, momentary sensation of time passing. Don't be alarmed. You are being taken out of time in order to avoid the unpleasant experience of learning how to use right guard. It would be over before. There is a brief sensation of motion in total darkness, floating but without a sense of weight or direction. You know it now. It will notify the temple that you are our champion. There shall be no more persecution of the dissident priests, and I hope both sides shall swiftly be reconciled. We have time for questions, if you like, or you may leave as you wish, but I think there are at least two things you ought to know before you leave. How to use right guard and how to defeat Dagat-Ur. Dagat-Ur. Dagat-Ur is the former Lord High Counselor of House the God. He was of Lord Nerevar's generation, older than we, and a mighty sorcerer and enchanted in life. In his sustained shadow immortality, he appears to be a highly intelligent, severely deluded immortal monster with unparalleled supernatural abilities. He appears beyond lucid and deranged, compassionate and bestial, profoundly wise and profoundly disordered. In short, he is a mad god. Ти в свої очі бачив ще в зеркало? Ти виглядаєш як mad god, насправді. Red Mountain. In my library, I have made available two conflicting accounts of the events of Red Mountain. My own true account and another false account common among the Ashlanders and preserved in the Apocrypha. I don't care whether you believe my account or not. I leave it up to you to judge which is true. I want your trust and willing cooperation, so I've had the priest make copies of a number of documents. They're here for you to read or take with you. Take a look at them. Help yourself. Ну і давай по поводу перемоги над Dagat-Ur'ом, що треба робити. To defeat Dagat-Ur, go to Red Mountain to recover the artifact hammer Sander from Great Citadel Veminal. Then recover the artifact blade Kinin from Gate Citadel Adrasal. Then proceed with right guard Sander and Kinin to the citadel of Dagat-Ur. Within the citadel, find the heart of Larkhan. Use the three artifacts to sever Dagat-Ur's connection to the heart, and he will be destroyed, and the blight ended on Morovind. To destroy Dagat-Ur, you must sever his connection with the heart of Larhan. To do this, strike the heart with the artifact hammer Sunder once. Then strike the heart more than once with the artifact blade Keenan. You must wear right guard because you cannot handle either Sunder or Keenan unless you are wearing right guard. That is the short, simple explanation. Here is a long, detailed explanation written down for your convenience. Read it, study it, commit it to memory. Вот. Plan to defeat Dagat-Ur, the Battle of Red Mountain, Dagat-Ur plans, Nerevar and Red Mountain. Блін, він ще видав мені якусь бумажку, я чого-то... Grenax Tools, Message from Dagat-Ur, Mission to Vivek, Mysterious Akavir, Nerevar, Not Amaya, Huleya, Plan to defeat Dagat-Ur. Хух, погнали. Блін, що я не хочу. Що я не хочу. Ладно, зроблю я перерву. Хвилин на 10-15. Перепочину трохи, потім будемо читати плани по знищенню Дагат-Ура. Окей? Окей. Порядок. Добре. Хвилин через 10-15 буду. Так, повертаємося. Попробуємо почитати, що там Вівик понаписував по поводу Дагатура і все остального, але ще можна ж подивитися, що за перчаточку він нам видав, правильно? А він видав? Є. Коштує досить таки багато. Shield 10 пунктів, Reflect 20. Resist Blight Disease не потрібно, то що в мене імун. Resist Shock Fire Frost по 10 пунктів. Resist Magic, ну, плюс-мінус. Що із якусь з цих перчаток він замінює? Він замінює перчатку на силу. Якби не бачу сова сенсу її таскати. Якби плюс 20 сили мені якби дорожче. Ну да ладно. Plan to defeat Dagat-Ur. For the past 20 years, the tribunal have tried unsuccessfully to execute this plan. However, we failed because we were required to stage an assault and simultaneously maintain the ghost fence to prevent the threatened large-scale breakout of Dagat-Ur's blighted hosts. With the Morrovінд leading the assault and the tribunal free to devote their full energies to maintaining the ghost fence, this plan has a greater chance of success. Unfortunately, however, the loss of the artifacts Sunder and Kinin and the recent increase in Dagat-Ur's strength possess new problems for the execution of the plan. Therefore, our proposed plan has the following 5 phases. A series of aggressive raids to scout inside the ghost fence. A series of aggressive raids to neutralize Dagat-Ur's Ash Vampire kin and recover artifacts from the bodies of his kin. Що це мене трошки це повеселило. An assault of Gate Citadel Veminal to neutralize Dagat Vemin and recover the artifact Hammer Sunder. An assault of Gate Citadel Odrosal to neutralize Dagot Odros and recover the artifact Blade Kinyon. An assault of Citadel Dagat with the artifacts Right Guard, Sunder and Keen to sever Dagat-Ur's connection to the heart of Larkhan and thus to destroy Dagat-Ur. Жесть. Він щас буде розписувати це все. Phase 1. Raids inside the ghost fence. The tribunal, ordinators, and Bionite armigers are familiar with the terrain and will provide maps and current intelligence reports. The region inside the ghost fence is dangerous, and the Morrovінд will need to be familiar with its particular challenges. After measuring skills and resources against Dagat-Ur's defenses, the Morrovінд will... Я приблизно оцінюю навики і ресурси, які потрібні для подолання всього захисту Дагатура в кількості, оцінюються ресурси в кількості одного темного ельфа, озброєного одною диодричною половою. Все. Більше нічого не треба. The Morrovінд will... Кстати, Двайт Фірм, я думаю, міг би зробити це все давно-давно. 65 чи 75 левел. Ну, блін, чувак просто міг би вилізти з свого корпусаріума і наваляти всім. The Morrovінд will know better how to piece a campaign, alternating raids with improving skills, getting better equipment, and stockpiling resources. Raids upon Ash Vampire citadels. Daggett Ur's kin have become markedly more powerful in recent decades after remaining stable for thousands of years. If they can be individually isolated and destroyed, they will not be able to support Daggett Ur in later stages of the war. It may also be that the dramatic increases in their power comes from items enchanted by Daggett Ur. Salvage of such items might contribute to our resources. Assault on Gate Citadel Veminal. Essential to recover the artifact Hammer Thunder for Phase 5. The Ash Vampire Dagot Vemin has possession of Thunder and probably seeks to discover the secrets of its enchantments. Намагається визначити секрети зачарувань цього предмету. He may also have access to notebooks and journals of Kagrenak that have survived in the Dwemer workshops of Veminal. Assault on Gate Citadel Odrasal. Essential to recover the artifact blade Kinin for Phase 5. The Ash Vampire Dagot Odros has possession of Kinin and probably seeks to discover the secrets of its enchantment. He may also have access to notebooks and journals of Kagrenak that have survived in the Dwemer workshops of Odrasal. Assault on Citadel Dagot, Phase 5. All the previous stages are preparation for this stage. Yeah. Recent expeditions show that Citadel Dagot has undergone extensive expansions. The location will need to be explored carefully. The known road to the Hearth Chamber will be well defended. Alternative roads may exist. Daggett Ur will have anticipated our plan to destroy him by attacking the Heart, and he will almost certainly personally oppose approach to the Heart Chamber. Together, the Tribunal could not defeat him, and he has grown stronger since then. Admittedly, the Tribunal не міг його перемогти, а тут прийшов чувак, в якого нема божественних сил, і такий easy. Admittedly, the Tribunal had the distraction of maintaining the Ghost Fence simultaneous with fighting Daggett Ur. But even so, the challenge seems daunting. The adoption of this phased campaign seems to offer the best chances for success. In retrospect, the Tribunal's decision to directly assault Citadel Dagot rather than process step by step through lesser objectives must be seen to have been a serious error. The Tribunal did not feel it had the option of a slow-paced and deliberate campaign, given that they had many other competing priorities, not the least of which was the maintenance of the Ghost Fence and the outer defenses surrounding Red Mountain. The Nerevarine, on the other hand, should be best served by careful, step-by-step advance with the additional advantage of building confidence along the way, while success would undermine Daggett Ur's own assurance in his defenses. Employing Kagnerak's tools against Daggett Ur. The source of Daggett Ur's supernatural power is the heart of Lorkhan. The heart is also the source of the Tribunal's divine powers. During mythic times, the gods took and hid Lord Khan's heart beneath Red Mountain as a punishment for creating the mortal plan. The Dwemer discovered the heart while building underground colonies. Highcraft Lord Kegranach created enchanted tools intended to tap the power of that heart. The war of the First Council was fought to prevent this sacrilege. Kegranach's use of these tools and disappearance of the Dwemer race marked the end of the war. Kegranach's tools were recovered by Lord Nerevar and Dagat-Ur. Dagat-Ur was left to guard the tools while Nerevar came to consult with us, his advisors. In Nerevar's absence, Dagat-Ur experimented with the tools upon the heart and was corrupted. We returned to discover a deranged Dagat-Ur who refused to turn over the tools. When he attacked us, we drove him away. We left Red Mountain with the tools and subsequently Sotasil discovered their secrets. Наскільки ж ці даготи цього Дагатура тупі, якщо одно Сотосіл там быстренько розібрався в секретах інструментів, а даготи, скільки там сотні років пройшло, 1000 років пройшло, до сих пор вивчають. Collectively, we used the tools to establish a connection with the heart, enabling ourselves to transform our mortal natures. Thus, we become the tribunal. Dagat-Ur had survived our attacks, and without the tools, in a manner not well understood, Dagat-Ur also managed to establish a connection with the heart and to transform himself into a mortal being. Our plan to destroy Dagat-Ur also runs the risk of destroying the tribunal. The plan is to permanently disrupt Kegranach's enchantment upon the heart, severing connections with Dagat-Ur and ourselves, and rendering us all once again mortal. A mortal Kegranach may then be destroyed by mundane means. The loss of godhood and the possible death of the tribunal are judged a necessary risk and sacrifice. The normal procedure for establishing connection with the heart is a three-step process. The wearer of right guard strikes the heart with the hammer thunder, causing the heart to produce a pure tone. Then the wearer of the right guard strikes the heart with the blade keening, shattering the pure tone into a prism of tone shades. These tone shades are then imprinted upon the substance of the wearer of right guard, giving him an immortal and divine nature. The Nervarin will not be tough. The secret rituals required to perform the third step. Instead, the Nervarin will strike the heart with keening for a second time, causing its stones to diverge into unstable patterns of interference. Further repeated strikes with keening will further disrupt the tones, with the ultimate results of shattering and dispelling Kegranach's original enchantments binding the heart, thereby severing the heart's links with Dagat-Ur and with any surviving heart whites and with the tribunal. Destroying Kegranach's enchantments on the heart will also stop the corrupt effusion of the heart's divine power and end the blight on Morrovіnd. The Nervarin may be tempted to steal the power of the heart. Dagat-Ur and Sotasil alone know this secret. Dagatur may, in extremity, propose to teach the Nerevarine to use Kegrenak's tools to become a god. We doubt that the Nerevarine is fool enough to trust Dagatur and are content to take this risk. Hehe. Be warned, the Nerevarine cannot safely equip either Kinin or Sander unless wearing right guard. The Nerevarine will be injured every moment while holding either of these artifacts unless protected by right guard. Persistence will be rewarded with death. If Nerevarine can equip an item while not wearing right guard and receive no injury, the item is a counterfeit. One last note. Dagatur must not get hold of right guard. The Nerevarine must prepare and use a recall or MC intervention if there is any risk of death or capture. Цікаво. The element of surprise. The element of surprise. Dagatur will not expect you to destroy Kegranak's enchantments on the heart. He does not know it is possible. He would not do it himself, and he knows we have never tried it. He will not believe anyone would want to sacrifice the promise of such power. Further advancement in House the God, as in all great houses, is by challenge and confrontation within the hierarchy. The Nerevarines' challenges and defeats of Ash vampires and battles with the Sixth House will be viewed in that light. Dagatur and his kin may assume the Nerevarines' ambition is to control the heart. Given that assumption, it is only reasonable that the Nerevarine would try to defeat each of Dagatur's subordinates in turn, working up to Dagatur. If the Nerevarine can defeat Dagatur and control the heart, so much the better. But logically, the Nerevarine would wish rise as high in the hierarchy as possible before cutting a deal with head of the house. Dagatur should try to recruit the Nerevarine into House the God. It may be possible to pretend to join him, then betray him. However, any attempt to deceive him will be very risky. House the God has a tradition of subterfuge and treachery, and because he is a deceiver, he will expect deception. Closing remarks. We place no compulsion upon the Nerevarine to adhere to the plans described here. We believe that they offer the best chance of destroying Dagatur. But we have also chosen to place our trust in the Nerevarines' judgment and skills. Frankly, we see no alternative. If there are doubts or questions, speak with Vivek. He has agreed to serve as the Nerevarines' guide and counselor for this campaign. It may be... Це написано Вівеком. Вівек про себе говорить he. Ну, взагалі він Бог, може собі дозволити, звісно. It may be that if the Nerevarine succeeds, the tribunal will not survive. Such sentiments as might have been expressed to the tribunal should, in that case, be addressed to the land and people of Morovind. May the happy convergence of fortune and prayer meet in our destiny, on beneath of Lady Elmalexia and Lord Sotasil. А чё підпис? А, понял. Окей. Систину я вроді прочитав. Real Nervar. Це ж я читав, правильно? Да. 7. Треба викласти це все добро. А то я по 5 разів його передивлюсь. Ладно, Plan to defeat the Sensi. Це той самий? Да, це той самий. Не будемо читати. The Battle of Red Mountain. The Rise and Fall of the Tribunal. The following is a transcript of the words of Lord Vivek addressed to a distant priest, Malor Amayan, who confronted Vivek with the Islander traditions surrounding the Battle of Red Mountain and with prophecies of the Nervarin, and to unnamed magistrates of the Inquisition who joined Vivek in interrogating the distant priests. Who can clearly recall the events of the distant past? But you have asked me to tell you, in my own words, the events surrounding the Battle of Red Mountain, the birth of the Tribunal, and the prophecies of a Nerva reborn. Here is what I can tell you. When the Khmer first abandoned the herds and tents of their nomadic ancestors and built the first great houses, we loved the Daedra and worshipped them as gods. But our brethren, the Dwemer, scorned the Daedra and mocked our foolish rituals and preferred instead their gods of reason and logic. So the Khmer and Dwemer were always at bitter war, until the Nords came and invaded Resdain. Only then did the Khmer and Dwemer put away their strife and join together to cast out the invaders. Once the Nords were driven out, General Nervar of the Khmer and General Dumak of the Dwemer, who had come to love and respect one another, resolved to make peace between their people. At that time, I was but a junior counselor to Nervar, and Nervar's queen Almalexia, and his other favorite counselors, Sotasil, always doubted that such a peace might long survive, given the bitter disputes between Khmer and Dwemer. But by negotiation and compromise, Nervar and Dumak somehow managed to preserve a fragile peace. But when Dagat-Ur, Lord of House the God, entrusted as a friend by both Nervar and the Dwemer, brought us proof that High Engineer Kagrenak of the Dwemer had discovered the heart of Lorkhan, and that he had learned how to tap its powers and was building a new god, a mockery of Khmer fate and fearsome weapon, we all urged Nervar to make war on the Dwemers and to destroy this threat to Khmer beliefs and security. Nervar was troubled. He went to Dumak and asked if what Dagat-Ur said was true, but Kagrenak took great offense and asked whom Nervar thought he was, that he might presume to judge the affairs of the Dwemer. Привіт. Та от читаємо записки Бога по поводу справ давно минувших. Дізнаємося новини про, так сказати, свого прадідушку, можна сказати. Цікаво. Так все непогано. Nervar was further troubled and made pilgrimage to Holomayan, the sacred temple of Azura, and Azura confirmed that all that Dagot-Ur said was indeed true, and that the creation of a new god of the Dwemer should be prevented at all costs. When Nervar came back and told us what he goddess had said, we felt our judgments confirmed and again counseled him to war chiding Nervar for his naive trust in friendship and reminding Nervar of his duty to protect the faith and secure the Kimmer against the impiety and dangerous ambitions of the Dwemer. Then Nervar went back to Wardenfell one last time, hoping that negotiations and compromise might once again preserve the peace. But this time, the friends Nervar and Dumak quarreled bitterly, and as a result, the Kimmer and Dwemer went to war. The Dwemer were well defended by their fortress at Red Mountain, but Nervar's cunning drew most of Dumak's armies out into the field and pinned them there, while Nervar, Dagot-Ur, and a small group of companions could make their way into the hard chamber by secret means. There, Nervar, the Kimmer king, met Dumak, the dwarf king, and they both collapsed from grievous wounds and draining magics. With Dumak fallen and threatened by Dagot-Ur and others, Kagrenak turned his tools upon the heart, and Nervar said he saw Kagrenak and all his Dwemer companions at once disappear from the world. In that instant, Dwemer everywhere disappeared without a trace. But Kagrenak's tools remained, and Dagot-Ur seized them, and he carried them to Nervar, saying, "That fool Kagrenak has destroyed his own people with these things. We should destroy them right away, lest they fall into the wrong hands." Блін, якби дурак Nervar послухав Dagot-Ура в той момент, як би все було добре, і не було би величайшої ігри, одної з величайших ігор за всю історію. Но дурак Nervar не послухав. But Nervar was resolved to confer with his queen and his generals who had foreseen that this war would come and whose counsel he would not ignore again. I will ask your tribunal that we shall do with them, for they have had wisdom in the past that I had not. Stay here, loyal Dagot-Ur, until I return. So Nervar told Dagot-Ur to protect the tools and the hard chamber until he returned. Then Nervar was carried to us where we waited on the slopes of Red Mountain, and he told us all that had transpired under Red Mountain. What Nervar had said was that the Dwemer had used special tools to turn their people into immortals, and that the heart of Lorkhan held wondrous powers. Only later did we hear from others present that Dagot-Ur had thought the Dwemer destroyed, not made immortal. And no one knows for sure what really happened there. Вот від Nervar ще. Сказав своїм, що Dwemer стали безсмертними, в то время як гарантії цього в нього не було. Можливо, якраз це повлияло теж на совєти трибунала. After hearing Nervar, we gave our counsel as he requested, proposing we should preserve these tools in trust for the welfare of the Kimmer people. And who knows, perhaps the Dwemer are not gone forever, but merely transported to some distant realm, from which they may someday return to threaten our security once again. The Elder Scrolls, які це у нас зараз 4, 5, 6 точно ні. The Elder Scrolls 7. Давайте нам. Возвращение Двемеров. Therefore, we need to keep these tools, to study them and their principles, so that we may be safe in future generations. And though Nerevar voiced his grave misgivings, he was willing to be ruled by our council under one condition, that we all together should swear a solemn oath upon Azura that the tools would never be used in the profane manner that the Dwemer had intended. We all readily agreed and swore solemn oaths at Nerevar's dictation. So then we went with Nerevar back into Red Mountain and meet with Dagat-Ur. Ні, не всі книги читаю в грі. По факту, ну, прочитаю всі записки, які зв'язані з сюжетом. І так, плюс-мінус книги зв'язані з сюжетом. А все остальне, ні, це вже занадто складно виходить. Все на англійській читати. Я ще з самого початку ще перекладав, зараз вже забив на переклад, там перекладаю тільки просто якісь там діалоги. Да й то не постійно, тому що прям це супер довго виходить прочитати на нерідній мові, потім ще й перекладати. Так що так. So then we went with Nerevar back into Red Mountain and meet with Dagat-Ur. Dagat-Ur refused to deliver the tools to us, saying they were dangerous and we could not touch them. Dagat-Ur seemed to be irrational, insisting that only he could be trusted with the tools, and then we guessed that he had somehow been affected by his handling of the tools. But now I feel sure that he had privately learned the powers of the tools, and had in some confused way decided he must have them for himself. Then Nerevar and our guard resorted to force to secure the tools. Somehow Dagat-Ur and his retainers escaped, but we gained the tools and delivered them to Sotasil for study and safekeeping. For some years we kept the oaths we swore to Azura with Nerevar, but during that time, in secret, Sotasil must have studied the tools and divined their mysteries. And at last he came to us with a vision of a new world of peace, with justice and honor for nobles, and health and prosperity for the commoners, with a tribunal as immortal patrons and guides. And dedicating ourselves to this vision of a better world, we made a pilgrimage to Red Mountain and transformed ourselves with the power of Kagranak's tools. Ця гра, да, повністю згоден, що чудово, що живе. Ну, мені здається, що вона живіша, чим не знаю, чим дуже багато яких современних всяких цим. Я забувся, як це від Bethesda про польоти в космос. Я навіть не пам'ятаю, як називається цей от їхнє. Мені здається, Морровінд живіше, ніж це. Хоча на Твічі, якби не дуже багато людей дивляться, але тим не менше. Ну, якби є сообщества, які там моди роблять і тому подібне. Так що, да, круто. And no sooner than we had completed our rituals and began to discover our newfound powers, the Elder Lord Azura appeared and cursed us for our forsworn oaths. By her powers of prophecy, she assured us that her champion, Nerevar, true to his oath, would return to punish us for our perfidy and to make sure such profound knowledge might never again be used to mock and defy the will of the gods. But Sotasil said to her, "The old gods are cruel and arbitrary, and distant from the hopes and fears tomorrow. Your age is past. We are the new gods, born of the flesh and wise and caring of the needs of our people. Spare us your threats and chiding inconstant spirit. We are bold and fresh and will not fear you." У Сота Сила, конечно, да, яйця тіща. Були. Spoiler alert. And then, in that moment, all Khmer were changed into Dunmer, and our skins turned ashen and our eyes into fire. Of course, we only knew at that time that this had happened to us, but Azura said, "This is not my act, but your act. You have chosen your fate and the fate of your people, and all the Dunmer shall share your fate, from now to the end of time. You think yourself gods, but you are blind, and all is darkness." And Azura left us alone in darkness, and we were all afraid, but we put on brave faces and went forth from Red Mountain to build the new world for our dreams. Наскільки пам'ятаю, в цих Forgotten Realms там теж похожа історія. Були ельфи всі біленькими, а потім одні пішли під землю, я вже не пам'ятаю по якій причині, і стали поклонятися цій павучій королеві, і стали темненькими. І стали ненавидіти біленьких ельфів. Я, кстати, не люблю цих лісних ельфів. Хе-хе. Що буде, коли пройти гру на 100%? Ну, я не думаю, що ачівка буде. Тоді ще про таке не знали. Якби можна піти до Майкла Лжеця і там сісти з ним, ловити рибку після цього. And the new world we shaped was glorious and generous, and the worship of the Dunmer fervent and grateful. The Dunmer were at first afraid of their new faces, but Sotasil spoke to them, saying that it was not a curse, but a blessing, a sign of their changed natures and sign of the special favor they might enjoy as new Mer. No longer barbarians trembling before ghosts and spirits, but civilized Mer, speaking directly to the immortal friends and patrons, the three faces of the tribunal. And we were all inspired by Sotasil's speech and vision, and took heart. And over time we crafted the customs and institutions of a just and honorable society, and the land of Rusdania knew millennia of peace, equity, and prosperity, honor to other savage races. Яка стане свариться. Да, возможно, це було прикольно. But beneath Red Mountain, Dagat-Ur had survived. And even as the light of our bold new world shined ever more brightly, beneath Red Mountain the darkness gathered. a darkness that was close kin to the bright light that Sotasil coaxed from the heart of Lorcan with the tools of Kagranag. As the darkness grew, we fought it and crafted walls to confine it, but we never could destroy it, for the source of the darkness was the same source as the source of our own divine inspiration. And in these latter days of Morovind, reduced to subjugated province of the Western Empire, as the glory of the temple fades and the dark tide rises from Red Mountain, we are reminded of Azura and her promised champion Sertan. We have waited, blind and in darkness, more shadows, drained of our ardent vision, in shame of our folly, in fear of our judgment, and in hope of our deliverance. We don't know if the outlander claiming to fulfill the prophecies of the Nerevarin is our cold companion Nereva Reborn, or a pawn of the Emperor, or a cat-spawn of Azura, or some simple twist of fate. But we insist you adhere to temple doctrine and conform to this structures dividing the hieroglypha from the apocrypha, and that you not speak that which must not be spoken openly. Act as dutiful priests should, in accordance with your vows of obedience to the canons and archcanons, and all will be forgiven. Defy me, and you will know what it is to stand against. Defy me against a god. Vivek. Чувак, тобі тут не нудно ще сидіти? Да, думав, мені хтось вже підказував, що варто пограти в Тесо. У мене вона навіть прямо зараз уже встановлена на комп'ютері, але поки що найближчим часом, мабуть, все-таки не почну. Тому що часу на неї не вистачить. Скоріше за все, поки що ні. Ну, можливо, колись. В майбутньому. Dagger's Ur's plans. The following documents were prepared by temple scholars and agents of the Inquisition for Lord Vuk. О, блін. О, блін. А ви тут ще накатали. Фух, погнали. From interrogation of captured sleepers. Наскільки круті ординатори, якщо вони можуть проводити опитування, хочу сказати. Опитування сліперів спящих. Another 6 house cultist from study of manuscripts written by cultists and victims of dream-induced mania. From interviews with Lord Vivek concerning historical campaigns against Red Mountain. And from broad conjectures and inferences made up on these materials. This is our best estimate of Dagat Ur's motivations and objectives in this most recent phase of his war upon Morovind. Basic objectives. First, Establish a theocracy in Morovind based on the worship of the newborn god Akulahan, second Nimidium, to be created by Dagatur from the heart of Larkhan, and a body constructed according to the principles and rituals pioneered by the Dwemer Kagrenak. Establish the ancient heirs of House Dagot as the god priest of Akulahan, and the sixth house of Dagot Ur as the dominant political power in Morovind. Through charismatic conversion, unite the Dunmer under the guidance of Dagot Ur to battle against the foreign animals who hold Morrowind in subjection. Note: Dagot Ur has apparently adopted the views and motivations of the Dwemer High Craft Lord Kagrenak. In effect, he recapitulates the ancient blasphemous folly of the Dwemer. Second, expose the false worship of the tribunal and destroy the ecclesiastical authority and political power of the temple. How much the dissident priests or the cult of the Nervarin may be controlled or influenced by the sixth house in this regard is open to speculation. Можливо, все це було переділки Даготура. Third, extirpate all remaining individuals of inferior and mongrel races from Morrowind. Fourth, divine the empire from drive the empire, ну да, конечно. Drive the empire from Morrowind. Fifth, recover ancient territories stolen by Skyrim and Argonia. Yeah. Sixth, extend the worship of Akulahan to all nations of Tamriel through subversion and conquest. Plans to establish and expand the sixth house. Phase 1. Secure Red Mountain against tribunal intruders. Deny tribunal access to the heart. Weakening the temple while securing Red Mountain for the creation of Akulahan. Keep the construction of second medium a secret. Phase 2. Create passive servants in ever widening circles around Red Mountain by broadcasting compulsions couched in dream imaginary to susceptible subjects in their sleep. Походу, сьогоднішній стрім повністю пройде в кімнаті Вівека. Ладно, я звісно, почав якби на початку щось інше ще робив, але тут я вже, мабуть, годину сижу. Це все читаю і розмовляю з ним. Ладно. Establish a major operational base at Kagurun for further operations in the Ash Waste. Establish smaller bases near small port villages and in lower class waterfront districts in Vivek. Infiltrate and subvert smuggling syndicates. Recruit willing followers from disaffected populations. Include the underworld, the poor and rabid anti-imperial activists. Phase 3. Expand from smaller bases to other towns and villages and recruit and indoctrinate subjects made susceptible by dream sendings. Occupy abandoned towers, and ruins and train corrupted cultists as raiders and irregular troops, identify, discredit, and decimate possible sources of political resistance. Phase 4. Use assassination and terror to weaken, distract, and disrupt the legions and the imperial bureaucracy along with their Hlalu sympathizers. Inspire popular uprisings of the native poor against the foreign rich and powerful. Summon sleepers and dreamers to the god Ur to work on second medium. Interrogate Dag and Ur's perspectives. Dag and Ur thinks on a large time scale, for the most part, in the outside of time scale of the divine conciseness. He thinks that only obstacles of mythic scale are worth consideration. He believes he is fated to rule Morovind, to free Morovind of the Empire, and to become the new heart-loving father of Morovind. Given that perspective, the only opposing forces Dagat Ur worries about are the Tribunal, the Daedra, the Emperor, and the Incarnate. With the Tribunal's loss of Sander and Kinin, and with the diminishing resources of Vivek, Almalexia, and Sotasil, Dagatur believes he has permanently gained a decisive strategic advantage. On a mortal time scale, the battle may last for centuries, but the outcome is not in doubt. An Akulahan may be a device for dramatically reducing the time scale for decisive victory. The myth of dynamic invincibility of the Emperor and the Empire has long been an unquantifiable and intimidating threat, but recent rumors of unrest in Cyrodiil, of the Emperor's failing health, and the unsettled question of the succession have diminished the scale of that threat. Nonetheless, the revelation that the Nerevarine is a pawn of Imperial intelligence, handpicked and sent to Morovind by the Emperor himself, may cause Dagot Ur considerably anxiety, скажется. Zedra represent no coherent obstacle to Dagat Ur. Nonetheless, their personal abilities and their influence upon their fanatic followers is considerable, their motives and actions obscure, and Dagat Ur remains concerned about them. The Incarnate represents Saint Nerevar, a mythic force that has previously defeated Dagat Ur, and Dagat Ur is obsessed with this threat. At the same time, Dagat Ur knew Nerevar personally, knew that he was a mortal man with faults and weaknesses. Dagat Ur may have some people of seducing or negotiating with Nerevar's reincarnation. Further, when Nerevar and the Tribunal defeated Dagat Ur, they were strong and allied. Now, the Nerevarine and the Tribunal are weak, opposed, and divided. Therefore, though the Nerevarine and the Tribunal represent the most serious threat to Dagat Ur's plan, he still has good reason to believe that this time he will prevail. A recent timescale of Dagat Ur's activities. Much of the following timescale is based on inference from incomplete information. Before Second Era 882, Dagat Ur and his kin lie dreaming beneath the seals of Red Mountain. Second Era 882. Dagat Ur and his ash vampires awake, refreshed, and emerge from lava Red Mountain into the heart chamber. Dagat Ur ritually binds himself and his brethren as heart whites in a ritual of his own division. First stages of construction of second medium, conceived during the long sleep, are begun by heart whites and Atronach constructs in a chamber near the heart of Lorkhan. Keeping the second medium project a secret from the tribunal is a high priority. Піду собі водички налью, тут вже водичка закінчилася, мене горло просто болить. Є. Так, де там я зупинився? Це ті самі роки. Second Air 882, the tribunal arrive at Red Mountain for their annual ritual beneath in the Heart's power. Dagat Ur and Ash vampires ambush the tribunal. The tribunals are driven away and prevented from restoring themselves with Kagranak's tools at the heart of Lorkhan. Opa. Second Air 882, 883. Second Air 882, Third Air 417. Intermittent tribunal campaigns assault Red Mountain. The tribunal and supporting forces seek to force access to the heart chamber, but are repeatedly driven back. Dagat Ur records sleepers and dreamers through dream sendings. Cultists are recruited through dream compulsion. Weaker cultists become corpus beasts. Stronger cultists advance through stages towards the powers of the ascended sleepers. Third Era 4 Kog'Run recopied by Dagat Uthol and fortified as an advanced base for 6th House operations. blight storms more frequent and widespread. Soul sickness spreads in regions close to Red Mountain. Third era 410, 6 house bases founded near Gnarmok and in waterfront areas of Vivek. 6 house operatives exploit smuggler organizations and communications to spread their influence among victims unbalanced by Dagat Ur's dream sendings. Third era 415. Small cells of 6 house cultists is every town in Vardenfall. Larger 6 house operations are concealed in remote dungeons where creatures are bred and cultists are trained for the coming struggle. Third era 470. Almalexia and Sotosil lose the artifacts Kinin and Sander to Dagat, Odros and Vemin. Vivek rescues Almalexia and Sotosil but failing to recover Kinin and Sander. The tribunal retreat from Red Mountain in disorder. Survivor Bayonet Armageddon campaigns know the tribunal was forced to retreat, but do not know how serious a reversal the tribunal has suffered. The 3 tribunals return to their respective capitals and continue to perform their ritual functions. The tribunes continue to grow weaker without to grow weaker without access to the heart and because of resources required to support the ghost fans. The inner circle of the temple priesthood has begun to suspect that tribunes have suffered seriously from wounds and demoralization in the week of reverses at Red Mountain, but do not recognize the scale of the problem. Third era 426, 427. Campaign of 6 house assassinations of prominent imperial citizens and Halal imperial sympathizers. Sudden increase in number and seriousness of attacks by cultists and victims deranged by soul sickness. Noted with concern. Dagat Ur can apparently perceive and communicate directly through his cultists. Sleepers and dreamers are often reported speaking as though with Dagat Ur's voice and intention. Little is known about the features, scale or stage of completion of Aqualahan, second Numidium. No one has gained entrance to the heart chamber since second era 282. In the third era 417, Kinin and Sander were captured and may substantially aid in Aqualahan's construction. Блин, Дагат Ур просто офігітельно крутий чувак, получається. Він, несмотря на те, що він вроді якби всі кажуть, що він сумасшедший, злюка сумасшедший і тому подібне, він прям як все чітко розпланував, як все чітко зробив, реалізував. Дуже все круто. Тут оці от створювали своє общество міра і порядка, а там тихою сапою прокралася бяка. Окей. Тут у нас, да, великий запис теж. Нервар, Етрат Маунтін. А стоп, а я це не читав. Ні, не читав. Ладно. Все, в мене вже горло відказує. Язик вивалюється. Так що на сьогодні читання достатньо. О, білий світ. Ладно. Продовжу в понеділок. На сьогодні це все. Всім, хто був присутній, дякую, що були присутні. Якщо вам було цікаво, це круто. Добраніч. І до зустрічі. Завтра 7 Days Today. У понеділок Морровінд. Добраніч.